Greetings, friends and fellow orcs. Iagra, the Orcish Fiddler here, and welcome in to another Tuesday with more Bastard Bonds. Corgi and Antares, welcome in. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm doing pretty decent, all things considered. And yeah, definitely good luck on the job hunt there. It's always good if we can upgrade our quality of life, for sure. And I do have an exclamation point lurk command for anybody who decides that they would just like to lurk. But that is an absolutely adorable little lurk pop-up that Antares has there. Let us get loaded in here. But yeah, it's been a week. Fairly tame for the most part. Yesterday was a little bit unexpectedly, with the microphone where I want it to be, a little bit unexpectedly something. But it is what it is. Humans will be human. Unrelated. Was it yesterday? I don't know. Might have been Sunday. That was actually Sunday. Anyway. Unrelated to those shenanigans, yesterday, I was watching a video on, Diablo speedruns, and apparently there is somebody who like kind of reverse engineered a whole bunch of stuff and made a front end for the Diablo game so that it can actually run on modern systems. And I tested it out last night and it works. So I now have one more option on a retro game to play from my, well, I won't say from my childhood because I didn't play it until after I graduated. But it's there. It's a thing. I have it. Val, welcome in. How are you doing today? I hope you're well. So when last we left our adventures here, we just unlocked a whole bunch of stuff. We got past Frico's Castle. I don't know why Frico's Castle makes me think of something on PBS. Hi kids, it's time for Frico's Magic Castle! I don't know. I don't know. Don't mind me. Would a vampire make a good host for a children's television show on PBS? For those not in the United States, PBS is the public broadcasting system that we have here that is basically where you go if you want to watch Sesame Street, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, anything from Children's Workshop. Back in the 80s, there was, oh wow, all sorts of things. I can't even think of them right now. Like, I can see them, but I can't think of what they're called. But yeah, I'm sure just for those who know, you know. You're probably starting to see visions of whatever you used to watch back when you were a kid. Brings back memories of the black and white TV that only got channels 2, 12, and 14. You're withdrawing your donation to PBS, Val? No, don't do that. PBS and the television shows that it broadcasts are brought by viewers like you. So, thank you. Wolf, welcome in. How you doing? We're talking about PBS. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe a vampire hosting a children's television show wouldn't be too bad. You never know. Maybe it would be okay. Probably not. Oh yeah, they did have Thomas the Train Engine. Gosh, what else did they have? I'm trying to think of like way back. Like we're talking 70s, 80s kinds of television programs. The Boat Show, that I'm not familiar with. No, I'm thinking like I can't remember. Oh, it's not actually called The Boat Show? Okay. I thought maybe it was something new. You know, like Baby Shark. I don't know. And Wolf, I'm glad to hear that you're doing okay. Theodore Tugboat. Are you I thought that was from South Park. Or was that some other tugboat thing? I'm mixing my media. Anyway. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 new places. Some of these are gates. We'll just take a quick look at the gate because I know that there's not really a whole lot here. Who do we have in the party? We have Val, Lars, and Grin. Do we want to give anybody else a turn? I think we do. This joke from a guy today. Mixed media? What's that? I mean, for me, it's when you stick all the media together in a blender, and my brain is the blender, and it turns it all into a bit of glop, and then I can't remember all the details. Let's swap out... Let's see. I want Wolfie in. So he synergizes as neutral. Do we have anybody lawful that we can bring in? Let's do this. A smoothie, technically? Yeah. Alright, my brain is a media smoothie. The Eclipse Gate. This crumbling gate is engraved with images depicting a king wielding godlike powers and his subjects cowering before him. Sounds like a nice place. Let's light the place up. The pedestal is marked with carvings of twisting flames. There's an inscription on the very top. It reads, "Prove that you have power to destroy Rankan-Ratep." Rankan-Ratep. Oh, that reminds me. Apparently in the Endless Mine, or whatever that one place was called, I didn't finish it properly. Apparently there's an item there that I can get. I may have already gotten it, but like there's one of 2 items you can get and I didn't get it. I don't know. I'm not going back though. I'm not messing with it. Let's see. I think the Oubliette is not going to be a gate. Tower of the Apprentice, Rocky Tunnel, Cliffside Hamlet, or a chasm. A dark chasm. Who knows how far down it goes? Let's hop in the chasm. I mean, let's hop toward the chasm, but not hop in it. Let's take a look at the chasm. From a safe distance, ideally with guardrails. There are no guardrails, and I could have fallen off. Hang on. What is this? Statue? Guys, come over here. Away from the edge. Let me check that out. As you approach, the lips on the statue begin to move and whispers to you in a grainy voice. Some build bridges made of stone, some of wood and some of bone. But they whose only chance has flown may build a bridge of gold alone. Do you 12,000 pieces own? No. The statue's mouth yawns open. No thanks. I'm pretty sure that this is basically... we'll exit. If I'm remembering correctly, this is another pathway. I don't know how you'd get here, but apparently this is another way to go across if you somehow can't get through Westgate. Yeah, I think in an earlier playthrough, I did feed it 12,000 gold, and it just led back. I think. I'll have to double check that. Give me 1 second. I'm a little blurry today. I need my glasses. Okay, not while my headset's on. Blah. Too many things to move around. Okay. Everything is clear, but now everything feels weird because I haven't been wearing my glasses all day. I usually don't need them. Usually everything's pretty clear, but today's just one of those days. Now everything is too clear and my brain doesn't like it. Okay, anyway. Hamlet. And C79, welcome in. I hope you are doing well. How are you doing? There are a few old homes and shops huddled together on the cliff face here. Most of the buildings are still in decent condition. Doing all right? Good to hear. What is up? I downloaded something last night that allows me to play Diablo 1 on a modern PC. So that is now one of my retro options. I tested it last night. Ooh, I have a bad memory of this. Didn't Nazar get clobbered here on one of my playthroughs? I also do remember actually, I remember using this as a base. Hello? Yeah, I definitely have a lot of memories. Oh, there is something. Hold on. Oh, there's a chest. Good job, whoever noticed that. We have some rope. Oh, I don't think we need to hold on to Frico's key right now. Nazar got clobbered? I don't remember. I'm pretty sure it was just a critical hit. I'm not sure if it was here, though. It might have been somewhere else. In fact, I'm almost certain it was because I remember it was here that I was checking in on him and pining the fact that he got hurt. The signpost is faded too badly to be legible, but it seems to be indicating that this building is a shop. Well, there does not appear to be anything here now. Oh, there's a statue. Cute. This heavily eroded statue depicts the body of an idealized man. Its details have been smoothed away over time, but a name can still be read along the base. Lord Maxim Spartel. A popular guy, I guess. I believe he was the Queen's consort, so... Oh, what'd you notice, Nazar? What's over here? Oh, it's a lantern. Thank you. I needed that. I have to light all the things. See, Nazar knows me. He would make for a good husband. The door's over there. Oh, hi! Oh, lots of friends. Let's see. The hag's gonna be a problem for a minute. Make sure everybody is actually equipped with what I want them to be. So yeah, we're good. Oops. Not quite what I was wanting to do, but it's fine. Wolf is eager. Oh, it made me fumble, you jerks. Now my defense is down. Shoot. Wolfie, can you do something about that hag? Can we not... What? It's right there! We may see some more gentle crits. Yes, Wolfie, please, some gentle crits. Okay. Alright, just blast this guy for now. We'll figure out what's going on with that hag in a minute. Yeah, I don't know why I can't target the hag. Is there something in the way? Here, let's try repositioning you. Oh. Never mind. We'll do that next round. Yeah, because I wanted to have at least a chance of blasting. Yeah, it is line of sight. This little corner here is in the way. There sure is a mess. They're surrounding me for an autograph. Excuse me. I don't know that I'm that famous yet. Okay, can we... Yes, we can now hit the... Oh, it's a crone. Okay. That's a lot of damage. Oops. Gonna have to be more careful. Nazar's taking a bit of a beating here. Dang it. Ah. Ouch. Okay, Nazar, you need to have a drink. That was not enough of a drink. Fall back. Oh, good. Some of them are cannibals. $44, jeez. Okay, we need to do something about this hag. Yeah. Not good. You're a caster as well. We're actually going to stick you here. Jeez. Wolfie, I need a heal. Pretend that's me healing. Wolfie, why are you not able to cast? Oh, because you have somebody standing apparently adjacent to you. Alright. Okay. Stop critting me, damn it. That was a little bit dicey. Okay, we have no more food or potions. So we're going to go very slowly. A cabinet. Wolfie, I need to stand there. Excuse me? No food drop, no. There are several ancient rusted tools in this cabinet, probably used for woodworking. Cool. Good to know. I can has door? Okay. I cannot has door. Oh, never mind. Door's over here. Okay. Helps if I close Discord. 1 second. Forgot to close it after announcing on different servers. But yeah, I had to cough. That's why you heard me mute. Are you quite certain we need to be here? Val, I'm not sure. It should be safe? Never mind. It's just one of them. We'll let them come to us. We'll let them both come to us. We'll let all three of them come to us. Yes, they are naked. Apparently. And very eager to introduce us to their nakedness. They're going to that pool. Yes, they're going to have a bath. We've interrupted their bathing ritual. I didn't want to stand there. I think Val can be at the front. There, we're healed. Oh well, we tried. Alright, we're just gonna have to let them approach. Ow! Who got hit? Val got hit. Wolfie didn't like that. I didn't like that. Goody! We did it! All right. That was a little rough going, but we made it. Well, somebody really wants all of our fuzzy boots. Let's see. I think we're reaching a point where we might want to consider investing in some ward. Once we get guard up to the 4th point, then we can consider that. Well, right now I'm the only one that has any significant ward, and since Val is a tank, right now, well, Val is more of a soldier with high guard and high fight, which means, you know, they can be on the front line, but if they have casters, that's a problem, and I have to be really careful with where I put myself so that I'm soaking the incoming magic and they're not. So, yeah, we will work towards that, but right now, one more point. In fact, one more point in ward. So, level 21, we should be able to go to ward and get that where I want it to be. Okay, that unlocked a couple of more goodies. We can claim this as a stronghold. Supports 32, band of 23. What's our current one? Let's see. 95, 75, supports 32. Okay, there's slightly more upkeep, but I don't have to come all the way down here if I want to go home. So yeah, let's go ahead and claim this for now. Hello everybody, welcome to your new home, which is like an actual legitimate village sort of thing. Why can I not go upstairs? Oh. You have to actually use the stairs to go up them. Okay. We've got all our bugbear friends. Good friend, happy. Hello, I love friend. You need? I am big happy help if can. The bugbears are so adorable. You know that there's a lot of people that we haven't bonded with yet. Well, we aren't dead yet. We came close. Who have we not bonded with yet? Let's see. Vancan, Greening, obviously. Grant, obviously. Borg and Nina, obviously. And Lefty, obviously. So, Arsena we have. Reppin we have not. Lars we have not. Wolfie we have not. Carilla we have because we used the love potion on him. Zentgraf we have not. Paul we have because we respect him. Demarian we did. Val we have not. Mariah we haven't. Grieve we haven't. Green we have. Cassandra we have. Kieran we have. Raven we have. Bato we have. And Nazar we have. Alright. So there's a lot of people that we still need to become friends with. Gosh, that's so much inventory. Oh, I need to put potions in here. Also, it occurs to me I was getting half healing. I must have been hit with a pain debuff. No? Oh, give me that. I want that back. Okay. I don't know what to do with Frico's key. I know we don't need it right now, though. We'll just stick it over here, I guess. Actually, put it up here. No! Seriously. We already have a rope equipped, so this can come down here. We'll say hi to everybody, and then we'll go get that those weapons forged. Hello, Zentgraph. Hello, Reppin. Hello, Grin. Hello, Raven. And hello, Pato. No, I'm not ignoring you. Give me a hug. That's not gonna work, buddy. Do we have? We do. No, wait. That's a war axe, not a war hammer. Never mind. That looks like all we can do with weapons. Could we get another quartermaster so that we can hold more inventory? Like, I know that I am probably holding way more in terms of food and potions than I strictly need, but... It's like, I want more inventory. Actually, hold on. Still here, what do you need? Well, it might not be as warm or dry as I'd like, but it does the trick, huh? And these people are a hell of a lot more interesting than the whores I used to hang out with. Improvements all around. We're glad you approve. Vankin, how are you doing? Good day to you. It's a shame that none of the books we'll find here will be anything resembling recent. Near as I can tell, the last piece of print I found was at least 100 years old. Just a guess, of course. Have we talked to Borgnina? I think we have. Yeah, we have. And we've talked to Greedy before, so we know what his thing is. Alright. Oh! Who are we bonding with? That night, Valentine comes to see you. Val, we're bonding. Since we've met, I think you've put on some weight. That is, you're doing well. Thriving, even. You've put together a group of the most rotten people I can imagine, and imagined to make something livable out of it. I don't know how much help I've been along the way, but I know that I'm better off in your company than out of it. And I wanted to thank you for having me. Please, take this. An item has been added to your stronghold inventory. Aww. So we've bonded with Val. Val, what is your bond item? It is a bandana. Which normally I would have you equip, but we really need you to keep what you've got on already. So we're gonna put that here so that we don't lose it. Unless there's a way to restructure this. Oh, wait a minute, no. Well, okay, so we just need lucky to counter the unlucky. But this also gives regeneration, evasion, and threat. So, yeah. For right now, we're going to keep you with the floral oil so that you can smell pretty. But yay, we got Val's bond item. I almost said we've got Val's bondage, but I'm not sure if that's the word I want to use. Now, Reppin, on the other hand, once we get his scene, then we can talk about bondage. I don't think Repid is lurking. I'm sure he would say something if he was. Where do we want to go? Repin? Bondage? Never. Well, okay, I'll take your word for it. I have a bad feeling about Ebony Tower. I remember being frustrated about it. Water clings to everything. I feel like I want to wait about those. I don't know why. Rocky Tunnel, Wide Cavern, Tower of the Apprentice, Black Spire Oubliette. Maybe it was... There was a tower that really pissed me off and I had to, like, really do something with it. I don't remember what. Okay, let's try the Oubliette. It was probably Ebony. It was something to do with that damn goblin. The one with the rhymes and the tee-hee-hee, we're going to get away with all of the stuff. It was either that or something else. Something else to do with goblins. I know that it was a timed event, though. That sounds like Ebony? Okay, cool. I'll deal with that later, because I don't feel like dealing with that now. That sounds like too much for me for the moment. Because that might be something I have to look up to figure out how to do it correctly. And I'm trying to avoid that right now. There's a chilling stillness in the air here, as though even time itself has managed to forget it. Your footsteps on the surprisingly clean floor seem dull and distant. Gosh, this looks cheerful. We can't. It is locked. This looks normal. This seems fine. I should probably turn the lights on, shouldn't I? Try as you might, you cannot light this brazier. It is as if the oil is refusing to acknowledge the spark. Slight typo there. You're foiling my obsessive desire, my compulsion to light all of the things, game. Wonder what happens to torches? I don't know. I really don't. I don't have a torch to bring with me. These do not open? Yeah, I can't do anything with this. Oh, I remember this place. Sort of. Oh yeah, there's somebody over there. I never got them. I haven't figured it out yet. They're barrier crystal. There's also some kind of barrier. Yeah, there's... This is... I assume that this is someplace I have to come back to later. Because... I can't do anything with it. Wonder if you can access that with telekinesis. I won't know until I get reppin' high enough in Weave to gain it. But for right now, we're gonna head out. Because I do not know what to do here. And the lanterns that refuse to light have pissed me off. So we will tuck this away for later. Use one of those ropes as a lasso. Well, we had a rope, but the thing is you can't interact with it. Like, you have to be next to it in order to interact with it. Real quick, what is our party level? 23, 20, 20, 19. Okay. In every way, this place is the very picture of a wizard's tower. Though it appears to be abandoned, you're likely to find all manner of strangeness inside. Cool. Oh boy. Hi. What are you doing there? Surprises always makes you... Yeah, I know what you mean. There we go. We just needed to use a Rexic lens and blast it to bits. Anyway. Hi, friend! Would you like a hug? Okay, look, we need to take this outside. Hey, werewolf! Oh no! I don't want to kill you. Okay, we'll just try to be gentle with him. Not that gentle. Wolfie, can you be gentle with the werewolf? I don't know what element they are, so we'll just use Arcus. Wolfie, that wasn't gentle! Okay, you know what? It was just... Okay, you were gentle. We got him down exactly to 1 heart. So... Thank you. Go! There, we saved the werewolf. I don't know how often we'll be able to get away with that, but I'm glad we were able to do that at least once. And we were even kind enough not to ransom him. We didn't demand that he strip naked. Wolf, if you're watching, should we have demanded that he strip naked for us? I don't want to go down the stairs yet. Okay, well, I don't necessarily know if a werewolf would have dropped his clothing. He might have dropped something else. No, actually, don't werewolves drop food? They drop a steak or something, right? Oh, this is locked. Okay, I guess I have to go down the stairs. Never mind. At least I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's locked by a mechanic. What about hold on. Over here. Anything over here? No? Okay, just checking. I'm just checking. They do drop food? Okay, yeah, we don't need food, so yeah. Keep your steak and your clothing. Just go. We don't want to hurt you. Why do I have a bad feeling about this place? Hello. No more zombie. Ah! Spider lady! Okay. I don't like poison. Uh-oh. Oh no! You jerk. Oh no! This is not going so well, guys. Leave Wolfie alone! Jeez, friggin'... What is going on? Okay, Wolfie, you're gonna have to heal. You're not next to her. Yeah. I'm gonna come over here so I can heal Wolfie. Val can come here. Oh, never mind. I should have waited. Oh well, it'll be fine. Anything else got dropped besides that? We got a broadhead, though. Anything over here? No, I can't get there from here. Oh, hello? There's a big dragon friend over there. Let's do one of these numbers. Okay. I don't know if that worked better than intended or not. Well, I'm gonna say not. Yeah, we'll just heal. Cannot reach, so we'll just defend. I don't think the dragon's gonna move, so... I'll stand here. Shoot, I need Val to move. Yeah, it's definitely a crowded spot. Ow! Oh, it's almost dead. I wonder if it hesitates. I'm gonna defend and find out. Mostly because I want to heal. Oh no, it's gonna defend. Okay. Well. Yeah. There, we're all healed now. Stop it! Sorry, Mr. Dragon. You would have made a good pet. Or friend. I don't know if you actually speak. I don't know if we should have a pet dragon. Poor Durg. Yeah, poor Durg. Hey, Wolfie, did you see that we saved the werewolf? I wasn't sure whether or not we should ransom him and demand he take off his clothes, though. Yes, werewolf saved. Although he wouldn't have given us any clothing, he would have given us his steak, so that would have been mean. What? There's a minotaur. Oh no. Okay, that was unexpected, but this is fine. We're so sorry to interrupt your books. What is this? Wait. An Asterion? I'll have to look that up. I'm not familiar with Asterion as a minotaur. Like, there's probably a mythos there or something. How about a Nixic lens for this guy? That was not a good idea, apparently. Variety of creatures in this area would make sense for a wizard tower. I'm not hurt, so... Sorry. Would have been a little bit awkward to try to get him to hesitate. I feel bad. It's like the guy's probably there just reading books. And we're just like, we're gonna interrupt your book reading. And he's just like, you know, the big angry librarian. Is all like, this is a library and you need to shut up! And we're like, we're so sorry. And he's like, too bad, I kill you now. And it's like, well, that was a terrible idea. How did that go for you? Hey, Jay Johnson. How you doing today? The game is going well. We almost died. But we somehow survived. Oh, we can swap this now. Nope, go in there. Okay. Up the stairs we go. What delightful surprises wait for us here. This needs a rare key. Let's wait. As much as you want to stream tonight, you're kind of tired. I don't know. That's understandable. Instead of jumping into that, you're welcome to hang out here with us, relax, and just chill. And see whether or not we manage to get it clobbered by another Minotaur librarian. Or something. This is also locked. How many keys do I want to be using here? This is locked by something else. Okay. Guys, I need to get through. We've got an oven. We've got a chest. We've got, I don't know what else. A brazier. A cauldron. Oh, fine. Since we have 3. Oh no! Sorry, we didn't mean to interrupt your bath. You're probably a caster. Oh, well, that didn't last long. This cauldron is filled with pickled vegetables? The smell coming off it tempts your taste buds, but you are unsure how long these have been sitting here. Would you like to try one? Do we want to try one? Pickles. Would you like a great big pickle in your mouth? Nom, nom, nom. You take one of the pickled cucumbers. The taste is surprisingly sweet and delicate with a perfect crunch. I didn't need the healing. Are there more? Which pickle will you try this time? Beetroot or cauliflower? I want to cancel! I don't want any more! I'm not a big fan of cauliflower, so let's eat a beetroot. It's delicious! The combination of spices is out of this world, and if only there was some warm honey-glazed ham here, too. Do I want more? I want more. It's time to get a move on. You can't just stand around eating pickles all day. Oh, okay. But they were good. Inside the chest was 500 gold pieces. What if you did have a ham? I'm assuming that there would be more healing involved, probably? I don't know. Alright. I'm not sure that using a rare key was worth 500 gold, a couple of pickles that we didn't strictly need. They were just there for flavor. Oh no! What are you? Wolfie, I did not realize that you were next in initiative. I'm so sorry. A blade spider. Oh boy. Okay, hang on. Okay, good. It's like, you've got 3 targets, so don't hit Wolfie. And it didn't hit Wolfie, so I'm happy. Although, Val is now inflicted with pain. Oh, it hesitated. I don't think we can communicate with it. Yep, it flees. I'll take it. The chest is empty. At the bottom, however, you notice a raised circular section of wood, which looks somewhat like a large button. It has the shape of a jewel carved into it. Would you like to try pressing it? Yes. With some effort, you press down on the wooden disc until it is level with the bottom of the chest. A faint click is heard. The chest's lid tries to close on your arm. You remove your arm from the chest, and the lid falls back open. There's another click, and the button returns to its original position. Okay, so we need an item to put in here. It said that it was gem-shaped, but we haven't run into any gems. Do I need to bring one in? Did I miss something? Here. Well, we'll do a closer examination of everything here. Nothing in the bookshelves. Wait, a pile of books. Old, dusty books are scattered across this part of this table. One of the larger books is inlaid with a green jewel and looks quite heavy, at least 1,000 pages long. The shape in which the jewel has been cut looks familiar. Would you like to take it with you? Yes. You slide the book near the table's edge and carefully heft it into your arms. We have acquired the encyclopedia. It is a weapon. I wish the weapon actually did damage. That would be hilarious. Anyway, I think we got what we needed here. Oh, wait, I hope you guys came with me. Okay, good, you did. Place the encyclopedia in the chest? Yes. The encyclopedia fits snugly inside the chest. It starts to sink as its weight pushes down on the button. You hear a strange mechanical noise from above. The book is so heavy, and when you hit an enemy with it, it knocks them out. That would be neat. Yeah, I didn't think that that spider would hesitate either, but I'll take it. We need to go up more. Uh-oh! Hi! This is a bad place to be. A steel X-Arch. Or X-Arch. Not sure how you want to pronounce that. Great. Okay, focus on this one first, I guess. Oh, that's not good. Oh good, it fumbled. Yeah. Oh good, it missed. Oh. Blade spiders drop daggers. Take this. Ow. Oh, it heals so bad. Jeez, that thing must have like 1 hit point left. Now it has 0. Well. Oh. Wait a minute, why did the plant have a thing? This plant looks a little withered. You see signs of intentional damage near the base of the pot. There's a small fracture where soil has spilled out. You take a closer look and see a key ring with 2 keys hidden underneath. Great, thanks for giving me my rare keys back. This crystal looks familiar. Ah! Uh-oh. That was a good thing? Make sure I'm not missing anything here. It is a stairway. Your toes and hands tingle as you look down the stairway. It extends quite a distance into unfamiliar land. Climb down the stairway? Sure. Putting one foot on the first step to make sure it is not an illusion, you carefully begin your descent, one step at a time. Okay, cool. I want to make sure that the other door opens. So give me a second here. The steps near the top are beginning to fade. It would be unwise to try climbing back up. Well. That sucks for us. Let's move on, I guess. Wolfie has leveled up. Let's see. Ooh, so close. Really? You're gonna make me... Okay. Well, we're gonna get you that Amarcus ability. So now you have the ability to target allies. And you can buff and debuff. So, yay, Wolfie, you're finally a utility healer. And it only took forever to get there. A rocky tunnel. This tunnel was probably once part of a road. There is not much left but mud. What are you? I can't tell what you are yet, it's too dark. Ah! That was not the space I wanted to go. Oh, one of you. Okay, cool. Can you energize yourself? You cannot. Oh, that makes me sad. Alright then. Ow. Oh. It's a little bit less of a heal than I thought it would be, but I guess it's fine. Oh, she has pain, that's why. Yay. Oh, hello. Gonna catch some shut-eye? Okay, Corgi. I hope you have a good night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams, and thank you for the lurk. I will catch you later. Have a good night. Yes, take care, Corgi. Okay. There's flowers. There is a hole in the ceiling of the cave here where sunlight streams through. A small patch of greenery soaks up the light. There is something amid the leaves, glinting in the sunlight. Hey, another Rexic lens. Cool. I didn't technically need that, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Uh-oh. Oh, the puppy doesn't hesitate, so... Well, that was definitely not gentle. Okay, well, should be all clear. A tunnel side vault. We'll go there in a minute. Let's see. Talk to everybody here that we haven't... Well, I think we just need to talk to the people who we haven't bonded with yet. Oh, what does Val say now that we've bonded? Things are quiet for the moment. I began talking with... Oh, well, okay, the text... It's a little much. I began talking with some of the others recently. Some are unapologetic scum, of course, but some of them claim to be innocent, and some are guilty of things I didn't even realize were crimes. Some should have received a paltry fine instead of exile. I'm not sure what's going on, but there's something that smells quite wrong about all of this. Yeah. You can kind of hazard a guess from that because of all the fact that it's just no matter what your crime is when you start the game, this is where you end up. All right. I still think the bugbears are kind of cute. Good friend, happy. Hello, I love friend. You need? I am big happy help if can. It's just their attempt at language, it's adorable. They're trying their best. There are daggers. There's daggers everywhere. Oop, what am I doing? Wait a minute. Hold on. Didn't I have things down here? Oh, the red lenses. Right, and I moved them into Wolfie's inventory. Let's put those back there. I don't know what to do with you. I can't carry anymore. Do we have another Basilard? Thought we did. I don't remember. We do. Okay. Another man to catch. Cool. We have too many daggers. That is all there is to it. We have too many daggers. Alright, there's just way too much inventory. At some point I'm gonna have to do something about all of this. Let's get rid of one of the plush... Well, we'll just equip some of this stuff. Give Graining that. We'll give one to Vancan. We'll give him an amulet. Same for Graining. I guess we'll give Lefty the Lucky Undies. I guess we'll give Borgnina the Pretty Panties. Actually, silk culottes seems more her style. I don't know who's actually going to get the panties in the end, though. And I guess we'll give you soft shoes. They match. She's accessorizing. Mariah, we don't have any other armor. Like, we don't have physical defense armor. Oh well, I guess Mariah gets the Pretty Panties. And I guess soft shoes. We can bring the rope. The rope can come down here. Put you here. Who has all of our shields? One of the bugbears do. Bugbear with shields. Here we go. Okay, so we'll exchange one of the brass shields for this crest shield. Wait, what? Mouse cursor Y. I've always had this problem with this game where I click and it decides it wants to like double click or do something weird with how it's clicking and just pick up the wrong item or just not pick up what I want to pick up. And it's like okay, that'll do for now, I guess. Okay, now that we've got a few people up to level 20, let's see where we want to go next with our group. I'm going to have to do a lot of leveling up for some of these characters, but they also have to be respect. So when I've picked up enough love potions to redo Greening, Lefty, Van Can, maybe Grant, and potentially Borgonina, we'll redo them, and then we'll see what their scenes are. I think we need to redo Grieve. I don't think we need to do Mariah, but we might as well just to get her bonding scene. We'll see what happens. They're not really a priority at the moment. Oh, they got a little mark next to their name if we've got a bond with them. Okay. That is good to know. So yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We've still got 11 people in the band who they're not sure about us yet. Let's see. Who do we want? We're gonna try... Let's see. I'm thinking Mariah, Lars, and Grin. But I don't have anybody neutral to go with. And oh, Lars is level 20, so we're trying to get people up to 20. So I guess Lars doesn't need to join us for this one. Who is neutral? Reppin is lawful. I think Zenkraf is neutral. So not ideal, but it'll do. Let's see. Grin is equipped. Although, I think we're gonna have to put this armor on Mariah for now. Oh. Grin, if only you were lurking, I would wonder if you would like to equip the pretty panties. I will consult Grin on that later, perhaps. In fact, let me go ahead and message him on Discord really quick. He's not going to see it for a while because he doesn't check Discord that often. But... Hey, Grin. Would you have been a... Well, no. How do I want to phrase this? Would you take exception if I needed to equip you with a pair of pretty panties in Bastard Bonds? Or would a plush vest be more your style? We'll see whether or not he responds this week. For right now, I'll go ahead and equip him with a plush vest. Because I don't know if he's a pretty panties kind of guy. And I just smudged my glasses. Hang on. It's like, if you're a pretty panties kind of guy, that's perfectly fine. I'm more of a comfortable boxers kind of guy. Well, they're more like boxer briefs. They're like the long leg boxer briefs. Why am I telling you people what kind of underwear I wear? I swear. Okay, my glasses are clean and we're not talking anymore about underwear. Mariah needs a weapon. How about you borrow... You do not have much in terms of defense, so you're going to need a ranged weapon. Where is Nazar? There we go. You can borrow Nazar's scythe. Who else has one? Somebody else has a scythe, and I don't know who. Grant does. Actually, you know what? You can borrow Grant's. You can also borrow his lucky ring. Okay. Heard worse, nothing to worry about. Well, it's not that I care necessarily, it's just that that's not exactly information that you should be disclosing on a stream. I mean, I'm a fairly open individual, although, you know, I do take steps to try not to dox myself. But in terms of things like that, you know, it's kind of whatever. There's a friend who streams. She goes by Alchemy. I'll actually give her a shout out here. Shout out Alchemy. She does a lot of Final Fantasy 14 XIV. Yeah, 14. She'll sometimes do other things, but yeah, I've known her for a long time. I don't get a chance to check out her streams very often, but she's a very cool individual. She's very, very open when it comes to discussions of mature matters, which, you know, I am as well. But I'm also getting a feel for, like, what kind of stream I have here. And I want to be very cautious in terms of that, because I don't want to, like, suddenly turn this into, let's talk about sex, everybody, and let's do it every stream. No, it's because orcs can be very heavily sexualized. It is one of those topics that I want to make sure that I'm handling with at least some modicum of grace. Which is basically my way of saying I'm not going to disclose every single fetish that I have openly on stream. You're gonna have to squeeze that out of me one at a time, probably. Get to know me a little bit. But not like all in one day. Who did I bring into the party? Mariah? Okay, Zentgraph is who we have to equip. Zentgraph, where are you? Okay, you need a bow. You're gonna borrow Lars's bow. Okay. That should do, and hopefully we don't make any grievous errors. Tunnel side vault. Somebody went to great lengths to excavate this tunnel and put a vault here. Somebody else evidently went to great lengths to break into it. Wait, what? Okay. Somebody made a tunnel, and then somebody else broke into it? What was there to break into? It's already open. Oh, you. The treasure's gone and all is taken, my sack filled with wondrous loot, and now it's time to move my bacon. Off I go, it's time to scoot. Okay, we didn't even get a chance to do anything with that one. It was basically... Hi. Ow! Wow, okay. Anyway, yeah, so annoying little goblin, we didn't even get a chance to do anything timed for that one. That was just, you walk in and you lose. Any more land sharks? Also, good job, Grin, on that 90 crit. You guys just let him? What are you? Oh, you're clay golems. These clay golems, not so great. Also, that's the same model that I used, only flipped horizontally. Anyway. Oh. Ugh. Jeez. Just rip it apart, Mariah. There's a satchel with 53 gold pieces and some bland soup. The skeleton has a normal key. And all of these are going to be empty. You peer into the chest, looking to find something that was missed by the previous looter. Nothing was found. You take another look, hoping that this time you'll find something. No such luck. You find a glimmer of something at the bottom of the... Wait, no, that was just the light playing tricks. Nope. 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 Lots of nopes. Yeah, so I'm guessing that there was absolutely no way to get those chests because as soon as you walk in, the event triggers. Now, Grin has Emarcus, however you want to pronounce it, and can energize allies and heal from a distance. Actually, you know what? I have 3 bugbears that are max laborers, so Zentgraf can afford to diversify, since he's neutral. Go ahead and work on some thwart. We'll get extra pockets. It means his fight is not going to be as great, but it's fine. Okay, so that brings Grin up to 20. I'm gonna wait until these two are at 20 before I change the party out, though. Oh, that was it? Okay. Clarthus. The foul air in this humid tunnel is difficult to breathe. It is difficult to imagine anything living here. I should hydrate. Excuse me. This place looks squishy. Also, I probably could have put those coins away. Oh well. Oh, right. I forgot about the sphincter doors. Hang on. Sphincters and orifices. As you examine the odd orifice on the floor, it yawns open and swallows you. Oh, oops! You were deposited out of another orifice somewhere else. Disturbed, but otherwise unharmed. Grin. Wonder what that's for. Yeah, hang on. As you examine it, it swallows us. Does that take us to the same place? Okay, good. Alright, I wasn't ready to do that yet. Oh. Is there something? I thought I saw something. Yeah, there's a door. Oh, there's another orifice. Okay. Getting sleepy? Okay, Wolf. Well, I hope you have a good night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams. Thank you for coming by. We'll catch you later. Have a good rest. Kind of secret. Yeah, I mean, from this angle, you can see that there's something there. Oh, okay, there are things in here. I like how Grin said that he has a weird feeling about this place. He's not wrong. Oh, they're all the way up there. Okay. Well. Well, that was not quite what I wanted to do. We're getting a little bit ridiculous here. Really? What are you? Are we seriously too far away to blast that? Okay. Really? Teehee, that tickles. It's called a skin changer. Oh, I don't like the idea of that. Oh, where did you guys come from? Okay. I'm gonna have to do this kind of carefully. Oh, it speaks. Would you put an end to this madness? Sure, just drop what you're holding. Base of banditry, is it? I think not. I am not without pride. Let the madness roll. Yeah, we'll give it another chance. Hey! What did you drop? Hey, it dropped a lucky ring. That's nice. Here, Xantograph, have some soup. Oh. Something dropped a Vambrace. Did I miss anything else? No, looks like that's it. Another orifice. Let me wind my way through... What is this, a digestive tract? Ooh, red stuff, okay. Door? Guys, I need to get to the door. Let me just poke the sphincter, and okay, another one of those. Okay. Let's see where we pop out. You were deposited out of another orifice somewhere else. And we find a quote-unquote chest with a rare key, 1,000 gold pieces, and a lacquer helmet. Oh, okay. Well. Looks like there's another one I need to... Let's go into this one. Let's go into this unusual squishy place, and maybe we'll get spit out wherever that chest is. That would be a no. Steaming humor. There's a pool of hot steaming humor here. It seems unlike the rest of the foul juices that churn throughout this place. Take it, but with what? Am I seriously reaching in there with my bare hands and picking up a glop? You gingerly collect a vial of the dark hot fluid. Careful as you are to keep yourself dry, you still manage to get a bit of it on your hand. A bizarre sensation washes over you. For a moment, there is a strange sense of being connected to this place, and the whole thing suddenly feels comforting and familiar. The sensation is disturbing. Clarthus humor. Doesn't seem very humorous to me. Hold on to that for now. Ask it to tell you a joke. I don't know, Val. What kind of joke is this squishy place gonna tell us? I'm a little afraid to find out. Looks like a bottle of soda pop. Do you really want to drink that, C79? I'm not going to stop you, but I might have questions for you if you do. No? Okay. Oh. There was a sphincter that I didn't touch. I think I've been everywhere? No, wait. There was one chest that I didn't get. We went into that one. We went into that one. I think. Yeah, we already opened that one. Okay. Alright, so we've come out of this one. I could easily be misremembering things, I don't know. I'm just looking at the mini-map. Okay, so we went into this one already. Any doors around here? Are there any sphincters for me to... Oh no, that is open. Alright, we might have cleared this then. It didn't light up before, so I was confused. Okay, we are actually finished here. We can exit. Mariah, I think you should continue to be a person that clobbers things and makes them bleed. Forfshire Overwatch, Creepy Cabin, Clarthus Tract. I'm becoming concerned about some of the squishy stuff around here. This tunnel appears to go on forever. The walls thrum with the sound of a pulse, and the ground feels as though it is moving beneath your feet. There's a sculpture of a man here buried halfway in the ground, with his mouth gaping open in a silent scream. There's a brownish crust and 2 stripes down his body as though there was something leaking from his eyes. What if we have this in our inventory? The smell is reminiscent of the fluid you found when you started exploring Clarthus. Do we want to pour it or do we want to keep it? Okay, so there's been a couple places like this. The question is, if I do this, does that lock me out of the other place, or can I get more? And I would like that answered if somebody knows. With a yes or no. Can I get more of this fluid from Clarthus? It's artifact and it's cursed. So cursed just means I can't drop it. And if nobody is sure, it's fine. I did save, so if this goes to hell, then it's fine. I'll just reload the save. So let's go ahead and pour it. You can probably only get that item once. Oh, well, too late. You pour the foul-smelling fluid into the mouth of the statue. A moment later, it starts to weep out of the statue's eyes in a thick, slow-moving stream. Ew. There's an odd gurgling noise. From down the tunnel, there is a slight rush of air, a little fresher than you would expect. It seems you are not far from an exit. Yeah, that did consume it. And that secured the area. Alright. Oh. That actually opened up a few things. Oh, now we can come down here. Oh. Okay, we don't have any more of that fluid, unfortunately, so... yeah. So we can't progress any further in the tract. This is probably... oh, these are linked. Oh, this is different. This is different. Oh, we can't go into the things. Maybe these will become active after I feed this some of that funny fluid. Maybe. But there's nothing we can do with that now, so... It's the Clarthus Meatus. A long-abandoned church. Part of it has collapsed, now overtaken with some kind of fleshy slime, as though the building is being slowly devoured. Yum. Oh, this is much more pleasant than I thought it was going to be. Huh. Oh. Is that a statue? I don't know where it is. Oh boy! We're gonna have to wait for them to arrive, so... Alright, what are we looking at here? We have a monolith and an overlord. Well, that's not close enough to do any good. Oh. Well, this is slightly inconvenient. Also, what the hell are you? It's not within line of sight. I'm definitely extending the rage. Okay. We're not faffing around anymore. Where is the other one? All the way over there, great. Ah, screw it. What are you? A Lorona. Lorona? There's way too many L's. Val. Lolo, okay? Your name is Lolo. She's Mexican? Okay. Maybe. I don't know. Oops. Well. Now she's dead. They just keep coming, don't they? Where is the statue guy? Why don't we find out? Oh yeah, you don't have very good defense, so let's not put you in harm's way. You jerk. Let's see if you'll hesitate. Yeah, it's nowhere near close enough. Nope. Okay. Apparently, it's very scary. Let's, get away from you, huh? Good. You will not survive. How about we ransom? Yes, take it, greedy flesh, and I will be free at last. Cool. What'd you drop? A diamond! Not that I strictly need it, but it's a diamond! There. I've lit. There, I lit all the things. I like this statue. It's beefy. Ah! What are you? Mold, ew. Grin. Blah. Gross. Okay, let me make sure I didn't drop anything here. Okay. We should be good. Well, almost at the next thwart thing. Alright. And that opens up a whole bunch of things. We've got a lot of inventory that we need to drop off. We should probably go and talk to people too. Let's see. You've already been bonded. Grin has been bonded. Zentgraph. We'll say hello to you. Say hello to you. And to you. And to you. And to you. All of you are already in love with me. We'll talk to you. But you know, we never did go back and talk to the werewolf guy. Are there any of... Yeah, there's no lights up here. Okay, it's fine. Let's sell the coins. We got a vambrace. We got a helmet. We got a ring. We got a diamond. Jagged obsidian. We can now combine these. Excellent. What does it turn into, I wonder? Ooh! The legless devil. Okay, we have legs. The one-legged devil. Let's add another leg. Armless devil. Add an arm. One-armed devil. Let's add the other arm. Wingless devil. We've got a wing. One-winged devil. Let's move the other wing on there. Cool. We now have a headless devil. That's it. That's all we got. But hey, progress. It's like this little chibi mini action figure. So that just freed up a ton of inventory space. Now all we need to do is find that guy that buys all the porn. I do not remember where he's at. Let's see. You guys are at 20, so I think we're gonna swap our party around. Let's see. Reppin' is lawful. Bato is lawful. Having two people that are kind of on the weak side isn't optimal, but... Neutral. Gorilla is chaotic. Paul is lawful. Grieve is lawful. Kieran is lawful. Okay, time to take a closer look at everybody. Lefty is chaotic. Vanken is neutral, but his abilities, oh boy, they're, yeah. Let's see, Grant, kind of off, not great. Guard and Ward. Borgnina, actually, I might leave. I don't know. We'll have to think about that. Greening is Ward and Weave. You know what? Let's get a lawful... Well, no, we do have a lawful blaster. No, we have a lawful Weaver. Okay. We're gonna take Greeting out for a spin and fill him full of love juice. Did I clear out? I did. Okay. No, 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 no. Give me your equipment here. Okay, Greening. Go touch the statue of the big naked men. So how do we want to build Greening? I am thinking heavily onto Blast with a little bit of Hunt. He is the Gustomancer, so he does need to be a blaster of some sort to take advantage of his passives. Best if he has warding. You think he should be a ward focused, or should we like divide it evenly between blast and ward? Like, do we just want a little bit of ward for him? We think we should do more ward focus. Okay. We're getting a raid! Vexlars, thank you so much for the raid and trusting me with your community. Hello, everyone. I am Iagra, the Orcish Fiddler. Welcome in. I hope you're all doing well. Vexlar, let's see what you were doing. Let's give you a shout out here. The Walking Dead. Ah, interesting. That's one of the Oh, what was that company? The same company that did The Wolf Among Us? Is that the Walking Dead that I'm thinking of? And Werewolf Hero, welcome in. Frenzy Wolf, welcome to Telltale Games. Yes, that's what I was thinking of. So how's The Walking Dead been going? But yeah, how have you all been doing? I hope that you all have been having an awesome day. It's intense. Oh, well, I mean, considering The Walking Dead, it's kind of an intense situation. I mean, I don't want to get my face eaten by zombies. I don't know about you. But what we are doing tonight, we are playing some Bastard Bonds. We just chose to respec greening. And we're trying to figure out how we want to have him be leveled. So we're thinking we're going to make him a little bit more of a ward character. So we will start him about here. And then as he levels up, because he will level up rapidly, we'll focus a little bit more on ward, but I do want to give him a little bit of blast. Still need to finish Bastard Bonds up. Yeah, I'm hoping to be able to finish it. I'm using this stream as an excuse to do so. The Free Wolf, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay. I try to stream every Tuesday evening around 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And yeah, right now I'm going to try my darndest here, because I've played this game twice and I haven't finished it yet. Just life kind of got in the way. So that's where I'm at right now, is we're going to use stream. I started this in Orktober, because orcs, because of course. So yeah, we're gonna hopefully finish it. We are making some pretty steady progress. As you can see, we've got a little over half of the map unlocked. We're getting to the part of the game where I'm going into very fresh territory, and I'm not familiar with what's going on. Oh wait, hold on. Forgot to do something. We don't want to forget this. This is a very important part. We're taking our friend and we're going to fill him full of love juice. No, give me my boots back. Okay, so we brainwashed our friend. We filled him full of love juice. Gonna get some food. Awesome. Well, I hope you enjoy your omnoms and enjoy your lurk. Okay, now we're gonna go and talk to Greening. Because since we are going to respec him, there's no reason why we shouldn't also get his bond seen. And there seems to be a fairly consistent way to do that. So we'll talk to you, we'll exit, and there we go. That night, a Greening comes to see you. I hope I'm not imposing. I just needed to get away from my tent for a bit. I magicked up what was, in hindsight, a very ill-advised crock of molasses beans. I'm not cut out for wilderness survival, but this feels halfway civilized. Most nights, nobody goes hungry, and while the accommodations aren't what I might call inviting, we're warm and dry. And hey, you invited me along. Still a bit surprised by that one, honestly. Nobody's ever really taken me seriously before. Back at the academy when I was practicing, nobody thought that my flavor of conjuring was worth much notice. I mean, when you consider all the strange and magnificent things that magic can do, I guess conjuring food seems a little elementary. But I conjure excellent food, and honestly, what if you were all by yourself on an inescapable island? Conjuring food would be positively brilliant then, wouldn't it? But maybe it's too much trouble sometimes. The last time I did something really big, it got me sent here. What a rotten time that was. I'd perfected a formula for conjuring cake, you see. A nice big one, all fluffy with warm, all fluffy and warm with lemon buttercream, sugar roses, and jelly ribbons. Jelly ribbons, for heaven's sake. Let that sink in for a moment. Well, I finally tested out the formula, and it works a treat. And that cake is positively the best one I've ever tasted. You really couldn't blame me for indulging, could you? Well, later that night, when I'm so deliriously full of cake I can scarcely stand, some guards come crashing in. You see, it turns out I didn't conjure the cake from no place as I thought, but instead I conjured it from Prince Jank's wedding party right out from under their noses. Such a scandal over a cake, honestly. They accused me of conspiring to disrupt the royal wedding, of being some kind of political saboteur. They put that awful bird on my neck and then sent me out here to waste away in obscurity. It's not really all that bad though, is it? Here, my skills are actually useful. Just, for the love of God, don't ask me to make another crock of molasses beans. Oh, and also, I magicked up a little something for you, as a way of saying thanks. It's just a little trinket, really, a gesture more than a treasure, but I wanted you to know that I appreciate my place here. I've put it in your stash, so take a look when you get a chance. An item has been added to your stronghold inventory. And it's a spoon. So we're going to go ahead and equip that spoon to Greening. We're basically, just for the sake of making sure that everybody's bond items are, like, we don't lose the track of them, we're putting them on whoever actually gave them to us. Okay, if we're doing warding, that plush vest is actually going to be pretty useful. But you need a weapon. Let's borrow Wolfie's staff. Okay. Let's see, he said he was lawful, right? Yes, no, yes. Okay. Alright, so now he's back to level 1. So we need somebody lawful and somebody neutral, ideally, who will synergize. We're just gonna go with Nazar, just because I'm struggling to find somebody. I want to make sure that we've got somebody who has some actual power to them. And Reppin is lawful. I need somebody neutral. We're gonna bring Wolfie back in. So, Nazar, okay, you've got your scythe. Wolfie, I'm gonna have you borrow... There you are. Borrow Grin's book. And... actually, we're gonna swap you guys around. Well, no. I want you to have a stick. Actually, no. We do want you to be neutral because I need to be able to swap in different lenses. So, greeting will borrow that. Alright. Next, we should probably do a thing that gets us a good amount of experience. How about this creepy cabin? I should probably be doing a familiar area, but eh. A strange cabin sits here in a clearing. It almost seems as though the forest is afraid to grow too close to its walls. Sounds cheerful. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, nope, nope. This was where Nazar got clobbered. I remembered. I know what happens there. It was bad. I'll show you after I've got a party that does not have a level 1 character in it, C79. It was a very rough battle, and yeah, I'm gonna have to think about who I bring into that one. But it will not be this group. Not until somebody, like, greeting at level 1 is not gonna survive. The road here, this is Forfshire Overwatch. The road here ends abruptly at a stony promontory. Perhaps there was once a structure here, or else a small landing for boats. Or else a landing for small boats. Or maybe a boat's landing for smalls. I don't know. I'm not very good with the word things today. Oh. Okay, this is, yeah. Okay. Well, that was also a bunch of nope, but for entirely different reasons. Okay. I guess we'll try the wide cavern next. This broad cavern has an air of animal stink about it, but it might make a decent shelter if you cleared it out. Oh, this place. I have a faint memory of it. Ah! What are you? You're a wyvern. Right, the wyverns drop warsicles. There's another one. So this is actually a good place to get more of those. You just chill. Oh well. You're trying your best, Gritting. Jeez, these things dodge. Yay, greening. Good job. Oh, a dire bear. Ooh. You are not a dire bear. You might be a Krynos or a Knoll. I'm not sure which. But you're holding a very wicked-looking knife. Okay, you are a Krynos. Alright. Oh, there's two of you. Okay. Ah. Ooh, two misses in a row, Wolfie. That's rough. Oh, right. There we go. Oh, jeez. Wolfie ripping things apart. That one has a neat cloak. And that should be that. That should be that, but nothing's cleared. A crate of bottles. Oh, hello. Oh, an unfinished elixir. Okay. Some crates. Got a dry turkey and a chewy quiche. Some more crates. With a rare key and a burlap butt sack. Some barrels that contain a bludgeon and that's it. Skeleton. Holding some porn. Okay, that appears to be everything there. When you open this barrel, there's a sharp click of a device triggering and the sharp odor of gunpowder. You drop the lid and scramble away from the kegs. Oops. The explosion appears to have collapsed part of the cavern wall. Well... guess that's one way to clear it. With explosives! Okay. That should do. All right. Oh, we've unlocked a bunch of stuff. Okay. Hold on. Supports 34. Okay, so we got a couple more slots for this area. And we do have the manpower for it. So yeah. Let's go for it. Yeah, this big area makes it so much easier to actually, like, talk to people as needed. But we've got these that we need to get forged. Where's our blacksmith? Come, friend orc. Work our weapons. Alright. Where is the spare? Mariah has it. Okay. I shouldn't do this. There we go. Now we have the mantis soul. Okay. Let's see. I just realized if you add a gem to a ring, it removes lucky. That kind of sucks. I mean, it gives you a whole bunch of other goodies, but yeah. The whole reason for the rings is to have lucky. One of these days I'm going to have to use these souls up. I know that they tend to be pretty challenging areas. Let's see. We have an unfinished elixir, which we will go ahead and put here for now. Dry turkey and chewy quiche I don't believe we're going to need. Burlap butt sack I'm also not interested in keeping. We do have another bludgeon, don't we? Yes. And of course, more porn. The glittering obsidian does not create a head. I'll hold on to it for now, but yeah, I can probably get rid of that. Warhammer. Morgenstern. Mace. Okay, I wasn't aware that there was one more level to that. I thought Morgenstern was actually the highest. I feel like that's backwards. Like, Mace should be before Morgenstern. Because Morgenstern sounds like a fancy name. You know, like Jammed Catch. And whatever these other ones were before I destroyed them. This is fine, though. Now we know. We really do have too many items. Let's see. Oh, the tomb house. The tomb house. Hold on. I think we may have found the place that we go to drop off the porn. Hang on. Wolfie, where are you? There we go. This looks like it may have once been a bookseller's... Yes, a bookseller's shop. Let's try that again. This looks like it may once have been a bookseller's shop. It appears to have seen recent use. Hello. Are you an old man that likes porn? A slightly deranged-looking man putters about the building. When you catch his attention, he stands up straight and flashes a bright smile. Welcome, welcome. You don't look like this. You don't look like the sort to spend a lot of money on books, so I'll ask straight away. Have you ever seen a copy of a book called Sumptuous Garden? Boy, howdy, have I! A copy? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've found 10 copies! It's exceedingly common, I've noticed. Me too. I've also noticed that all of the copies I found are slightly different, almost as though every printer made unique changes. Oh. I am trying to discover if there is an original core version. Call it a pet project, if you will. If you come across any copies of The Sumptuous Garden, bring them to me, and I will give you a good price for them. Aside from that, if you'd like me to look at anything unusual, I'd love a chance to give it a once-over. Oh, hello again. Have you found any books for me? Oh, magnificent. I'll warrant that this is more than you'd get from any other vendor. Thank you again. So we get 500 gold pieces per book. It does have to be in the party inventory, though. It can't be on the side inventory. What was that? 5,000 gold? So we just got 5,000 gold and freed up 10 inventory spaces. Show the max icon book. What? I can show it, but I don't want to sell it. Hang on, I'm gonna save before I show him the book. Because I do not want to sell it. And I'm not sure what it's going to do when I show it to him. He might be like, ooh, yes, give me that, mine! Ah, ha, 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 ha. No, I don't want that to happen. Max is the magic of chaos and destruction. With this, your allies' attacks will throw enemies off balance, or you could inflict pain that limits the effectiveness of healing. Shapeshifters and innocents are especially vulnerable. Oh, okay, he just identifies it for us. That's cool. Anything I can look at? No. Cool. Alright. We got monies. Well, that was happy. Let's take a look at this place. Show encyclopedia to him? I don't have it anymore. You use it when in the tower. And once you put it in the chest, it's gone. It's basically a key. But I might try to remember that for a future playthrough. I don't know what they'll say, though. Lakeside Road. This stretch of road along the lakeside is wide open. There are a few small, ruined buildings that could be used as shelters for beasts or bandits. Best keep a lookout. Okay, that makes me worried. Ooh. Memories of this place. Moo! Big moo. It is an aurochs. Okay. Now it is a tasty blue hamburger. Greening. What a strange smell. Yeah, I don't think blue hamburgers are supposed to smell like that. Bah. Oh, hello. Yeah, Wendigos are not fun. Oh, shoot, something else appeared. Ow! That was not kind. It's kind of hiding back there. I might have to lure it out a little bit. Never mind, we're good. More blue moo cows. Ah! It's a little close to greening. Nobody's hurt. Need to get closer. No. I just noticed something. Whenever you switch items like that, it reduces the amount you can walk. We can't communicate with you. We don't have what's-his-face with us. Although, whatever it is, its name is Barry. Okay. Inside the sack was a burlap butt sack. So there was a sack inside of the sack. Or something. A normal key and a makeshift bow. Oh, I knew there was something around here somewhere. Oh, all the way over there, okay. You just chill. There we go. Now we can explore at our leisure. There is a bludgeon. What'd you notice about this? Pebbles? Inside the pebbles was a pebble. Great. I hate it, because now I don't know if the pebble is going to be needed for something. It says it's junk. That doesn't mean that it actually is junk, as the mana battery has proven. Oh look, more porn! I know who wants that! For this area? Is it used in this area? Like, do I need the pebble for something? Here, let's put the pebble in my inventory just in case. Oh, wait. Oh, a shoreline. Okay, can I throw the pebble? Ah! Oh, that was adorable. I love it. Okay. Thank you. Watch, I do that and that woke up some sort of a kraken or something. Nazar, what are we doing with you? We're just gonna focus on fight. Well, hang on. Doubles the protection of your equipped armor. The thing is, I'm usually pretty good about keeping him out of trouble. Minus a few... Yeah. Continue getting it... Yeah, alright. I mean, I should probably be giving him just a tiny bit of guard, at least to get to second skin, but... I'm just gonna have to hope he'll be okay. Alright, greening. Whenever you fully ward a spell, you regenerate hit points. Okay, well, if we got anybody that's casting spells, we can stick greeting over there. A hotel? What? Before I go in there, because I just picked up a whole bunch of items. Oh yeah, we gotta get rid of that porn, don't we? I do not need the burlap butt sack. And a bludgeon. Okay. Just so that I don't lose track of it. Off to the tomb house. Hey, old man, we got more porn for you. Money. Rub it all over my body. It chafes. Don't do that. Anyway. Hotel Zisa? Zysa? Though the signage bears welcoming messages, the architecture of this place is sinister and foreboding. Something is not right here. Nobody was out here to park my car. I want to speak to a manager. Oh, I think I remember this place faintly. Oh, there's a reception cabinet over there. Can I get to it? I can if I use one of my rare keys. Yeah, let's go ahead. This cabinet is filled with neatly stacked papers and assorted bits of stationery. In the corner, you see a keyring with a tag which reads Executive Suites. Take the keyring? Yes, please. Oh, I've got a whole bunch of keys. It just said precious key, but there are actually more keys. Door? There's a door, and I can't get to it. Well, anyway. Oh. You wait a short while, but there is no response. Leaning over the counter to check if anyone is there, you notice a single key hanging from a small hook. The key's within easy reach. We'll take it. Well, there's my rare key again. I hope that doing that wasn't problematic. Oh, I should have unlocked this door. Okay. Then I could have got to the door and the chest. Okay. Yeah, that could have been designed slightly better. Unless for some reason I'm just doing something wrong. Hold a second, guys. Yeah, I can't get there from here. Yeah, I guess I can reload. Since I just saved. I mean, we're right at the beginning, so it's not like we're losing any progress. That might have been an oversight. Like, if you look at it, it looks like it's... The chairs are there for... just strictly for design. Yeah, so now I can come over here. I can take the key ring. Okay, something is preventing this door from opening. Alright, that's fine. But at least I can get to it and not have to waste 2 keys on it. Greeting, what level are you? 14? Yeah. Okay, so we gotta be careful with you, but you're in a little bit better shape. You and Wolfie have the same amount of hit points. And you are a superior warder, so you can actually tank magic if needed. Just not as long as I can. Oh boy, lots of... Oh boy, okay. Never mind. Hang on. Before I go doing that, let me explore to see what we got going on here. Ah! Okay, that was rude. Okay, we're gonna heal Greeting here. Hiding around the corner like that and smacking Green for most of his hit points. How rude. Also, let's just go ahead and give you the Nixic lens. The lantern on this table appears to be broken. There is a key ring tucked beside it. More keys. I have a feeling we will need them. I'm not gonna open you yet. Well, aren't you a friendly-looking fellow? Where'd you come from? You jerk. See, don't piss us off. We'll tear you apart. A restroom lantern, which works. There's a chamber pot. Examine. Do we have to? Thankfully, there is nothing inside. Okay, thank goodness, because, like, I didn't want this to be a situation where it asked me, do you want to reach in and grab the shiny thing inside this bucket of poop? Because you always have to reach in to grab the shiny thing inside the bucket of poop. That's gross. Thankfully, there was no bucket of poop, and there was no shiny thing. I appreciate that. Thank you, developer. Is there anything here? Besides a bunch of statues... Oh wait, hold on. Restaurant table. There is a perfectly good sandwich here. It would be a shame to let it go to waste. Any other sandwiches I can take? A basket of complimentary bread rolls sits on the table. Okay. Shouldn't be hard. Faint smell of hickory lingers in the air here. Oh, I can't turn it on? Alright. Well, this appears to be a barbecue pit, or something. Barbecue. That's what we need, barbecue ribs. You are a caster. Tee-hee-hee, come and get us. You move very slowly. Ah. Oh, it is a Netherlord. Let's see if you hesitate. Who's gonna be better at this? Nobody. You are impressive. What would you have of me? Do you got a thing to drop? Cool. What'd you drop? Plate Aquaris. Not great. I probably should have killed you instead. You might have dropped the obsidian that I needed to make a head. I don't know. So I might have messed up. Oh well. Oh, I can't go here? Okay. Oh, there's a door with a... Oh, it needs a key. I just need a normal key for this one. Another restroom. Shouldn't have looked. Ew. Okay. Looking twice does not result in anything different. I guess somebody's not feeling very good. I can empathize. Door? Door. Door? Why can I not open you? Oh. Hello, werewolf. We don't really want to hurt you. Wolfie, be gentle, please. We'll see if we can spare him. Oh no! That sucked! Because of his initiative, he hesitated and then immediately got his turn again, so that canceled his hesitation. Now you gotta do it again. Yeah, did. Ow! You jerk. Nobody else is hurting, so. Stop it! Hesitate! Stop it! Wait, you regenerate. Shoot, I forgot about that. Well, we tried. It's like, sorry, next time maybe don't be so eager to jump back into the fray. You are an incubus, and wow, you are definitely pixelated. Let's just call you that. Hesitate. No, okay. Bye then. It's cool that he is doing the Dio pose. Yes, yes, he is doing the Dio pose. Let's call it that. Okay, seriously, you need to hesitate, dude. Eh, screw it. Beast Obsidian. Some of the rooms don't appear to be set up. Nazar, that's not where I want you. Huh, okay. There are a couple of handy items in the chest. Perhaps the previous guest forgot to take these with him. A pair of boots and a hat. And I think that's it. Yeah, that looks like it. Oh, there's a thing over there I didn't touch. A very old loaf of bread sits atop the nightstand. It looks as if it's almost become fused with the wood. This might be one to pass up. Yep. Blip. This chest is absolutely full of coins. There must be hundreds of them. Upon closer inspection, most of them are either rusted over or poorly minted. You take some time to sift through them a little and find a few acceptable gold pieces. Ugh, I need to sneeze, but it won't come out. Boy, that sucks screening. Okay, well, that's a lot of fluff. Oh, wait. No, that's the way back. I don't need to use a key for that. Well, that's the normal side. If I want to explore this leg of things, I need to use a gold key, it looks like. Yeah, both sides require a gold key. What was over here? Did it require a gold key as well? No, this is just a regular door. Okay, cool. This is probably something big and scary. So... we are all mostly healed. 325, 140, 110. I'm not down that much hit points. I'm not going to worry about it. Hello, what are you? We don't know yet. Okay. Let's see. What boons do I have access to? Focus and vigor. Okay, we might want to step back a minute. Oh, it's a Typhon. I've not heard of those before. I do not know what it is. Cannot reach. Oh, it stopped moving. Okay, so I can just to be on the safe side here. Alright, my life is clearly in your hands. What will you do with it? Dyson, are you a vacuum cleaner? Are you holding a vacuum cleaner? The strong take what they want, and you have beaten me. Take it. Cool. Did you drop a vacuum cleaner? I can't... You put it in an inconvenient spot, I can't tell. Oh well, anyway. Oh, it's a potion, okay. It'll just defend. Come hither so we can smack you. Let's see if there's any other friends. Yeah, I had a feeling. Hold that thought. Very nice potion. I'll give it that. Oh well. Okay then. Warm obsidian. Our inventory space is becoming full. So is this supposed to be a big sauna, pool, bath thing? I mean, I don't think I would want to swim in that. It doesn't look particularly comfortable, you know? Well... Only one place left to go. Wait a minute. Yeah, the door's there. Alright, we'll use a key. All right. This is the fancy bathroom. Restroom cabinet. This cabinet is filled with laundry, which has yet to be washed. However, you can see one particular item of clothing which takes your fancy just enough to want to fish it out. Really? What is it? Really? A pair of silk culottes? There's a lovely fresh smell coming from this cabinet. It's filled with neatly folded towels and assorted toiletries. Oh, that's it? Okay. Very fancy toilet. I don't think this is where we want people to stand. Take their towels. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Take their towels. They've got to be some fancy-ass towels in that restroom. So fluffy and soft. Just imagine. Ooh, an iron golem. Okay. Jeez, 133 damage to that thing. Okay, we have no more inventory slots here. Dining table. Yeah. Somebody left a delicious, succulent, moist, warm, tender chicken here. Would you like to take it with you? Your possible options are yes or yes. Yes. I'm gonna have to drop the obsidian. Nope, 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 nope. Nazar, look. All right, 3, 4, 1. More lizardy guys. That hurt. Hang on a second. Oops. I clicked on the wrong person. I meant to hit me. I wanted Wolfie to heal me. I'm sorry, Mr. Saurian. I didn't mean to blast you to bits quite yet. Someone appears to have run up a long bill for room service. One of the dishes remains untouched, but it looks good. Would you like to take it with you? Yes. What are you? A grilled swordfish. Okay. Okay, well that appears to be that. No. A big tiger guy. You're a Rakshasa. Rakshasa. We're gonna have to do a spell battle here, I think. I'm gonna heal. Okay. Your name is Ahmed. You are impressive. What would you have of me? I don't know. What do you have in your hands? You overstep your bounds, fool. Okay, well, you wanna maybe do that again? Like, think about your life choices? No? Okay, look, I'm only gonna be so patient with you, dude. Oh, well, okay. I want to know what goodies you have, and you're going to make it very difficult to take you alive. He really doesn't want to let go of whatever he's carrying. That kind of makes me wonder just how valuable it is. Oh, no, you don't. Think really hard. Good kitty. Oh. It was his underwear. We asked him to strip for us. That may have been slightly impolite. A variety of unusual dishes lined the table. One stands out as being particularly tasty. A bowl of pasta in a tomato and vegetable sauce with poached eggs. It could be messy, but do you want to take it with you? Sure. It's a... what the hell is this? Shakshoka? Okay. Where are we going to put this? I guess we can drop a cornbread. I'm gonna eat it though. Nom 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 nom. So this seems like a place to stock up on food. Okay. That is that. I'm not sure that that was worth a gold key, but at least the area is cleared. Oh, wait a minute. There's still one thing we haven't done. This. We can't get in here. Something's preventing it from opening. Okay, well, what if I hit the bell again? Of course there's no response. I killed everybody inside. Well. I mean, we've explored everything. I don't think I missed anything. So, I don't think those doors open. Maybe there's scripting stuff behind it. I don't know. We'll go ahead and pop out for now. I don't know who wants those burlap butt sacks, but they are welcome to them. Wolfie. Now that we've got a Marcus, do we want to focus a little on Ward, or do we want to just make you a blaster? Yeah, let's give you a little bit more Ward. Just to improve your healing. Okay. Let's go back to the stronghold. Because it is almost midnight. And we have so much stuff. Holy crap, so much stuff. Let's see. Who is holding our shields? Where are you? Arsino. We're gonna swap you out. Where to put things? Damarian, how about holding a bunch of random stuff for right now? Beast Obsidian, I'm not sure if I need that yet. I'll look it up later. Okay. Monte Cristo is easy to place. 180. We have more than enough fuzzy boots. I don't know what to do with the hat. Who wants to wear a hat? Who wants to hold on to a hat? Here, Damarian, hold on to that for a second. Fresh sourdough, 325. Let's actually move this to the end here. Alright, the quiche Lorraine is gonna come over here. What else have we got? Nazar, you're good. Who else did we have in the inventory? Wolfie, Wolfie, where are you? There you are. You're not carrying anything that needs to be put like that, so we're just gonna do you, you, and you. Greening. You're holding on to the roast chicken. And the grilled swordfish. Which these two items will be sold. Okay. Wolfie's doing a good job. Alright. Oh! That night, Wolfie comes to see you. You know, when I ended up here, I was certain that it was me against a horde, and there would be no companionship to be had. I am quite pleased to see that I was wrong on that. We are managing to make the best of a hopeless situation, bringing comfort and hope to the lost, and working with you in this has truly been a privilege. Take this as a token of my esteem, and know that I gladly call you friend. An item has been added to your stronghold inventory. Yay! Wolfie likes us! Oh, neat. It looks like almost like a coin, like a metal ring or something. That's a really neat looking bond. I like that. I like that graphic. Wolfie, you get a neat bond. Okay. Let's see. Greeting is level 18. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out party composition. So one of the things I'm gonna try to remember to do throughout the week is I'm gonna try to get more love potions because there are more people that need to be reset. And I will probably do a little bit of off-screen leveling of like my bugbears to get them caught up. Who else do we need to get caught up here? Yeah, I'm gonna try to wait to reset all the other characters until I'm back on stream. So like Grieve, Borganina, Lefty, Vancan, Grant, Mariah, all of them are gonna wait until I'm back on stream to reset. But yeah, my bugbears are 19. I want to get them caught up. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to do... You know what? Hang on. Before we go... He is the lowest level, and I do want to have an excuse to get him leveled up so that he's not dragging the party behind, because right now he's lowering our average level. So before we go tonight, we're going to go ahead and reset Lefty with our last potion. Lefty, what are you carrying? And I've never seen his bonding scene before, so this is actually going to be new to me. Okay, let's go ahead and take off your underwear. Just don't take any of that out of context. Boy, we take a roundabout path, don't we? Okay. We do need to think a minute about what we want him to be. Let's take a look at his passives. So he gains solid. You take less damage from normal attacks, meaning physical attacks. So he would be good in terms of defense. He is chaotic, so I'm not going to make him any kind of a utility character. So I'm thinking fight guard with a little bit of hunt. That should appropriately suit his passives, or appropriately match his passives. All right. So yeah, he's kind of a little bit not where I wanted to be. He's got something in utility, which is useless. He's got a little bit in guile, which is fine, but not where I want him yet. But he's low level, and yeah. So yeah, go and touch the beefy-looking statue of the men wrestling. Stare at it for a while and consider everything. Okay. So for his first level, I did it wrong. Oh, I still did it wrong. There we go. I probably could have put the pointed hunt, but it's fine. In fact, yeah. Yeah, there we go. That's what I want. Okay. Let's fill you full of love juice. And let's go back to our stronghold. We will go and talk to him. Where are you? Lefty! Hi! Still here, what do you need? Well, it might not be as warm or dry as I'd like, but it does the trick, huh? Well, these people are a hell of a lot more interesting than the whores I used to hang out with. Improvements all around. That night, Lefty comes to see you. Hey, can we talk? It's important. Lefty sits cross-legged in front of the fire, a mountain of brown skin glistening in the light. It's important to me anyway. You've seen my brand, no doubt. Lefty gestures to the scar branded on his neck. It reads Misanthropist, a brand you have not seen before or since. After letting you look for a moment, Lefty sighs deeply and hangs his head. I'm gonna tell you how I got it, and then I'm gonna pack my things. I don't want to go, but you of all people deserve to know. I'm not a good person. I've hurt lots of people, crippled them. Sometimes it was an accident, but sometimes it wasn't. Maybe I always thought I had good reasons. Anyway, when I was young, I got locked up for fighting quite a bit. Maybe just a few days in the bricks here and there, but it was enough that I got used to it. Enough that they were keeping their eyes on me. Well, when I got older, I got a little tired of it. It's no fun having your whole life come to a crashing halt just because you couldn't help but punch someone acting a raving idiot. I was on good behavior for a long time. I tried real hard, I swear I did. On my 30th birthday, I decided to celebrate by going out to the pub. Everything was fine. Someone found out it was my birthday, and those that weren't scared of me started buying me rounds. I was nearly drunk to death. I remember a lady there, pretty as you please, with tits like prize pumpkins. She was real interested in me, and it had been a long time since I'd been a woman with. It had been a long time since I'd been with a woman, so I'm sure I was interested in her too. I say I'm sure because I don't really remember. Like I said, I was really drunk. That whole night is just a blurry spot. The next thing I remember after that was puking my guts out, covered in blood, beat to shit, and strapped in irons. They wouldn't even tell me what I did until I got to the court and heard the judge read it out. The witnesses said I followed her home when the bar closed, broke into her house. Oh, okay. So because this gets posted on YouTube, I'm not gonna say that word, but engaged in non-consensual, unhappy times with her. Then her husband came home and tried to stop me, so I beat him to death in front of his wife. In order to make sure she didn't squeal, I strangled her to death too. Then in a craze, I ate parts of them and ultimately set fire to the house to try to hide the evidence. They found me unconscious on the street, my mouth full of blood. The neighbor across the alley said she saw everything. Murder, that word, assault, arson, cannibalism, buggery for good measure, I suppose. I did so many things. They thought up a brand They thought up a new brand just for me. Lefty looks up, a profound sadness shadowing his face. I said I did it. I could have done it. I don't remember doing it. But I did awful things before. I don't know for sure that I didn't do it. Maybe the alcohol really did something terrible to me. Really fucked with my head. If I really did those things, then I'm just the sort of monster who really belongs here on this island, locked away where decent folk don't have to be afraid of me. Lefty tosses a log into the fire, watching the sparks fly upward. His voice seems small and distant. So that's it. That's the kind of monster you keep under your wing. He stands up slowly, putting his hand on your shoulder before walking away. As he goes, his voice floats over his shoulder. I'll be ready to leave on a moment's notice. Just say the word and I'll be gone. An item has been added to your stronghold inventory. Well, that is interesting. What is this? It looks like maybe a tooth. And maybe the blue is like a necklace or something? I'm not sure. Anyway. Lefty, where are you? Okay. Put your bond there. Let's go ahead and give you your underwear back. Because judging by that picture, that's pretty much all he has on. And that'll do. Okay. So now we know Lefty's story. That sure was, wow, kind of a lot. But we're not going to say goodbye to him. I think he deserves a chance to redeem himself. Okay. So now that he's level 1, we can find other people to get caught up. So we're going to need Carrillo and Lefty. And anybody neutral? No. Okay, screw it. We need Bato to get to 20. I don't remember how I set up Carrillo. I think he is also... I think he's Fight Hunt. Isn't he? Yes, he is Fight Hunt, which is fine. Okay, so I'm gonna have to get more love potions. I'm gonna have to level him up a bit, level up my bugbears, do some stuff offline. But that is fine. So, Carrillo, you're gonna need something to attack with. Where's the good bow? Who has the good bow? You do. Okay, we'll give that to you. Lefty, you need a bow. Because you need to stay out of the way of shit. And Bato, you need a bow. We need more good bows. But I thought we had another makeshift bow. Here. Kieran has a bow. There we go. That should do. Alright. Well, that'll do it for tonight. So I want to thank... hang on a second. Let me do that. I do want to thank everybody for coming by, keeping me company, hanging out with me tonight. Thank you again, Vexlar, for the raid. And you are very welcome, Val. I hope you all enjoyed. I hope you all had a good time. Let us see if there's anybody that we can send you off to. to wind down for the end of the night. What do we have going on? Not a whole lot going on. But let's see. Nice progress. Yeah, I feel like we made some pretty solid progress here. Let's go ahead and we're gonna go say hi to Wolfmaster10, who is a, if I can hit enter, who is a retro streamer. Looks like that he's currently playing The Curse of Monkey Island. So if you are into point-and-click adventures, then definitely, you know, give him a follow, hang out for a little bit. But yeah, so thank you all once again. I hope you all have a wonderful night with lots of pleasant dreams. And yeah, just thank you so much. I will catch you all later. Have a wonderful week and take care. Bye for now.